What about that for an introduction? Welcome to the 2025 New Zealand Young Piper of the Year. I tell you what, we couldn't be more excited for this year's event. If previous events are anything to go by, folks, we're going to be in for an absolute treat. First of all, let's get through our introductions. For those of you who don't know who I am, hello. How are you? My name is Rab Lennox, and I present a little podcast and radio show and all that stuff called The Big Rab Show. And yeah, we have been asked to provide the live stream coverage from today's New Zealand Young Piper of the Year competition. And honestly, I'm so stoked. I know that this is going to be a good time. Now, you're joining us for the very beginning of the event. This is the Piobaireachd competition. And I'll give you a little bit of a rundown on times and all that kind of stuff because we are literally taking a live feed direct from New Zealand. There we are. There's the camera. That's what the venue looks like right now. And as you can see, you might be able to see a judge that's already sitting there, starting their paperwork, getting ready for the first competitor. So, yeah, we're about to start the ball rolling. Now, this competition is so exciting for a multitude of reasons. We get to see a lot of great young talent tread the boards. And I think what I want to say is the quality. All right. The quality that's on offer here is just second to none. And yeah, there's a real testament to the competitors themselves, but also to the tuition and all of the team that kind of gets them there. You know what I mean? So yeah, there's endless amounts of work and effort that goes into actually hitting this stage in the first place. So this is a huge moment for all of the competitors involved. And as you've seen there in our introduction, we give everybody a bit of a shout out because this is quite a cool competition to be a part of. So yes, we do wish the best of luck to all of our competitors. This is not going to be an easy competition. I'll say that. All right. Before we get any further into the actual proceedings of the contest itself, I do want to talk about some of the folks that actually made it possible. We have to give a shout out to all of the sponsors that kind of work behind the scenes to help this live stream make it possible, and also the venue and yeah, all the associated sponsors that really do help this event get off the ground. Now, here's a shout out, first of all, to Mitsubishi Motors from Morrison and Sockburn. Go. Yeah, from Lowther Street in Christchurch. Now, I'm not sure where that is. I don't think I've ever been, but shout out to Mitsubishi Motors. Thank you very much. Also, a big shout out to Bryce's Bagpipes. Those guys, awesome, fantastic. And I've supported previous events, of course, as well. And so, yeah, shout out to Bryce's Bagpipes. Also to FICO Finance as well. And yeah, again, they've supported previous New Zealand Young Piper events, and it's brilliant to see them back again. So thank you so much for your support to make this event possible. There you are. Also, have to give a huge shout out to the William Boyle Memorial Foundation. Yes, that'll be well known to a lot of folk there who's well associated with the competition. They're a long-time supporter of the event. So yeah, just wanted to give them a particular shout out and say a massive thank you. Also to our actual venue, the Nelson Centre of Musical Arts, the NCMA. Now, you might have seen on social media, there was little tours and stuff of the actual venue that took place, and you can get to see behind the scenes. And it's quite a cool place, to be honest. You know, this is not like your standard stage and you have one dressing room. No, there's like tons of little practice rooms and stuff where pipers can go and get tuned up and kind of chill out for a little bit, you know? So it's really cool. And if you haven't seen that video, by the way, you can go and check it out on the New Zealand Young Piper of the Year competition on their Facebook page. Quite a cool video, that. And there's shower facilities. Yeah, but this is an indoor event, so I'm not sure why showers might be needed. But anyway, they're there. Okay, moving on. I have to give a shout out to the Pub Charity Limited. There you are. Thank you so much for the support for the event, indeed. Also, I have to give a mention for any of you who do want to help support the event. So there's a QR code on screen right now. You can scan that code and drop them a little donation. Now, it doesn't have to be much, you know, $2 or $3 or whatever you can afford can really go a long way in helping this event for future events, you know. So all that you're about to witness does not come cheap. Now, I'm not saying ourselves in the Rab Show we charge anything, but yeah, we're just glad to be a part of it. But all of this, like all of this huge venue, like that looks so impressive, doesn't it? Yeah. So all these events, honestly, yeah, they need your support. So if you would like to, there's the QR code again. You can drop us in a donation and help support quite an amazing event. There you are. So, folks, and yeah, I'm going to drop another QR code on screen. I don't want to inundate you with that, but anyone who doesn't know who we are, I'm quite aware that a good number of people watching the show right now may not have a clue as to who the Big Rab Show is. Well, there's a QR code for you in the top left of the screen. You can click on that, and that'll take you to our website, thebigrabshow.com, and that's all we do. Yeah. So, yeah, we do our best to cover everything in the bagpiping world. And yeah, honestly, it's a real privilege to be asked back to provide live stream coverage from this. So just a huge thank you to the backroom team to have us here. Right. That's it for all of our introductions and such. Yeah, this is going to be an exciting competition for a multitude of reasons, as we mentioned. Yeah, obviously we have a defending champion returning again. Sam, we'll talk more about him, of course. But yeah, we've got a lot of great music on offer here. The Piobaireachd event itself, I did mention I would give you timings and everything. For those of you watching in the UK, it's now 10 to 9 at night. So good evening, everyone in the UK. How you doing? But also for those of you tuning in down under in New Zealand, good morning. How you doing? You can also drop us a comment, of course. You can let us know where you're tuning in from. You can let us know where you're tuning in and, yeah, who you're supporting as well. Give them a shout out. Let them know that you're watching and that you're supporting the show. So drop us a comment. We'll bring it up on screen here. And, yeah, the competitors, they always do watch this back again. It's great to see. If relatives do drop them comments and stuff throughout their performances, it's great to see. Yeah. So as I said, this is going to be a lot of fun for a multitude of reasons. And, I'm going to keep mentioning quality, but yeah, wait till you see this. We're going to start with the Piobaireachd event, which is, yeah, it's the classical music of the bagpiping world. And I understand drummers, it might not be their thing, but I would urge you to hang on anyway, because there's a wealth of great music here. And the timings of the event are as follows. We are waiting for our first competitor to hit the boards here at 9 a.m. New Zealand time. So that's in about 5 minutes time here in the UK. So 5 minutes time, we'll have our first competitor on the boards. And then after that, we'll roll all the way through until about 12:30, where things will take a little bit of a lunch break there in New Zealand. And we will do the same. So yeah, we'll take a break about midnight here in the UK, and we'll take a little break, and we'll be right back about an hour or so later, about 1:30 a.m. our time, 1:30 p.m. New Zealand time. And yeah, we'll finish off the last of the Piobaireachd competition, which should end around 2:30, we reckon. It's one of these things. We just don't know. With live competitive environments, things can slip, so we just have to wait and see. But yeah, we are scheduled to finish the Piobaireachd competition around 2:30 in the afternoon, New Zealand time, and that's about 2:30 in the morning, UK time. Good luck, everyone in the UK. But then we will be taking a short break as things kind of break up for a little bit and competitors prepare for the light music competition. This particular live stream you're watching right now will end whenever the Piobaireachd competition ends, but it will resume. We do have another link available for the light music competition in the evening. So that'll all kick off around 6:15 p.m. Our live stream will start. And you guys can tune in and catch the coverage from the light music. And the first competitor is on the boards at 6:30 p.m. So there you are. Hope that makes sense. And then as to when the whole thing will end, well, it'll end once we've crowned our champions. Yes. Oh, I'm really looking forward to that. Oh, I'm looking forward to that big time. All right. So we're getting no comments in. No one's dropping comments in. Now, I'm very aware also that people could be tuning in and watching on our Facebook page. All right. The Big Rab Show over there on Facebook. But our advice would be, yeah, what it says below. Please do go and check it out on our YouTube channel. The quality there should be miles better. Facebook does compress everything down as far as video and audio quality is concerned. Yeah, it just compresses it all and just looks and sounds just not as good as it could be. So if you can, please head over to the Big Rab Show YouTube channel. That's where the quality is at its best. There you go. Oliver, that's the first comment we've received. There we go. I got a wee wave. Hello, Oliver McElwain. Good to see you. There you go. First comment. Well done. Woohoo. All right. We got a wee wave. Okay. At this point, I was given a little brief explanation as to who we are here on the Big Rab Show. And yeah, I'm going to play a little tiny advert to give a little bit more of an explanation as to what it is we do here on the Big Rab Show. Hello there, everyone. How you doing? It's myself, Rab from the Big Rab Show. There you go. A little shameless plug for ourselves and the big Rab Show team. Thank you. All right, now we're getting more comments in. There's James saying greetings. Greetings, James, to you too. Thank you. And there's Ewan as well. Ewan from Scotland. Hi, Ewan. Thanks for tuning in, mate. Thank you. Now, let me see. We're getting more comments in. Good luck, Mr. Carmichael. Yes, looking forward to see. Oh, that's a good shout, Shane. Yeah, thanks for commenting. But yes, keep your comments coming. We will bring them up on the boards here as soon as we get them in. So, yeah, do let us know where you're tuning in from. There's Lauren. Hi, Lauren. Thank you for tuning in. There's another one. I'm in a Celtic pipe band. Brilliant. Excellent. Good to see. There you go. Brilliant. Well, we have a lot of great piping action to bring you. As I say, we are moments away actually from our first competitor here. So looking forward to that. As the Piobaireachd event does start, I can guarantee there's going to be some good piping here. Yeah. Here we go. Max, evening, Rab. How you doing? Max Smith, Piper. There you go. So, yes, I'm glad to see a lot of you are tuned in on YouTube. Again, that would be my recommendation, folks. If you are watching on Facebook and that, you might notice that Castle Dawson from Richard. Go on. Good man, Richard. Thank you for tuning in, mate. He's just down the road from me. There you go. But, yeah, Facebook does compress the audio. It's not as good as it could be. And yeah, the visual isn't there either. So my recommendation, if you can, please do go and check it out on YouTube. Definitely appreciate that support over there. Yeah. And if you do enjoy the stream, of course, and if you're enjoying the coverage, then please do the usual, give it a thumbs up, give it a share with your mates. Let them know that we're live and say, hi, keep Big Rab company. He's listening to Piobaireachd and the wee bars. There you go. All right, let's get a closer look, actually, at what's going on. Whoop, wrong button, Rab. Yeah, that's the right button. Whoop, there we go. Swap them over. Yeah, I think we have our cameraman that's just standing behind the big telly there. And then we have the judges then. The judge is sitting, preparing his paperwork. So I don't think we're quite ready just yet, but they should be going... Right, you have the big telly to the left that has people's names displayed and everything and who's playing. And then that little door there to the right, that's where the players will be walking out of. There we go. There's a shot of the door. So we are waiting on our first competitor here. All right, let's get a comment. Let me see. Belinda, Mum, watching my son here in Nelson. My guess is that you're going to get to watch the Strathspey reel for the D grade. Right. People start at 8:45. Okay. Oh, we have our first competitor. Good luck and all the best from Sam and Maggie. Yes. More comments. And there's Andrew giving a wave. All right. Do you know what? I am now going to step out of the way and let our competitors do their thing. So let's kick things off, shall we? Oh, help if I switch my microphone on. What about that? Yes. Competitor number one there. That was Ethan Carmichael, actually. And that's not an easy draw. To get drawn first in such a huge competition is not an easy thing to do. So, yeah, some beautiful music there. And do you know what? I've got a real appreciation for Piobaireachd music over the years. And for me, it's whenever they return to the ground again. You know, whenever they find that original theme again, that's when the tune really sings. And yeah, I don't know. Am I a drummer who has now been won around with Piobaireachd music? I don't know. But I absolutely loved that performance there by Ethan. That was just fantastic. Well done. All right, so we're getting more comments in. Let me see. That was Belinda from earlier. Yes. That was good luck to Sam and Maggie. There you are. Yes. Andrew giving us a wave. Thank you, Andrew. We got Belinda there messaging again, and finally understanding the live boards. Grade B, Piobaireachd are live streaming. Yes, that's what we're getting here, Belinda. So apologies for any confusion caused there. There you go. You can sort of hear people warming up before they come through that door. But we are waiting on our next competitor, which I believe is William MacArthur. Now, that could be stuff that Rab got wrong, but I do believe that's who we're waiting on. Oh, someone's kicking through the door. Hello. He's away. There you go. So, yes, thank you, everyone, for tuning in. There's quite a number of you actually watching online right now. We would like it if you could drop us a comment and let us know where you're tuning in from. We do know a good number of you actually will be tuning in locally there, of course, in Nelson in New Zealand, but you could be tuning in from all over the world, you know, no matter where you are. We had Richard earlier who's tuning in like 5 minutes down the road from me in Castle Dawson. Very glamorous place. Although we're dealing with Storm Amy right now here in the UK. And Northern Ireland's been quite battered with the weather. So I'm very glad that I'm able to be here, you know. We had our lights flickering and all sorts of craziness. We were expecting the worst, that we were going to lose power, but touch wood, so far, so good. Yeah. All right, get more comments in. There's Lachlan. Good luck, Sam and Maggie. Oh, there's a lot of support for Sam and Maggie. There you go. Thank you, Lachlan. Good stuff. So, yes, as we say, there's a good number of you tuning in. We would like it if you can. Please do drop us a little comment and let us know where you're tuning in from. Even if it's just a town name, country, wherever you are. There you are. We'd love to have you. Let me see. There's Dirk. Hello, great piping and some talent. Greeting from a Belgian in Cape Town, South Africa. Hey, hello, Dirk. Thank you for tuning in. A Belgian living in Cape Town. There you go. Yeah, international and piping fan for by. There you are. Yeah, so we kick things off there with Ethan, and we are, as I say, our next competitor is going to be William MacArthur. So we are waiting on him, traipsing through that door, but we can just about hear him. Can anybody hear that? I'm getting it in my headphones. I don't know if you're getting it. And that'll be another recommendation of mine as well. We were recommending that people tune in on YouTube. If you can, please do plug a set of headphones in, because the sound quality that we're getting, it's just outstanding. By the way, the company that we have here in New Zealand today put in a wealth of work. The sound is just brilliant. So yeah, please plug in a set of headphones and you get the full picture. There we go. All right, so I got a question here. People were messaging me personally asking who the judge was. Well, it's Craig Wilson. Yeah, Craig Wilson is judging the Piobaireachd competition today. There you are. And that was the chap that you seen sitting at the desk there with all of his paperwork. All right. Oh, are we getting a competitor? No, we aren't. He hasn't got a set of pipes over his arm. Hello. What's he coming to do? You're not a piper. What's going on? Oh, hold on a second. Could that be the runner? That could be the runner, perhaps. Ah, right. I was thinking that's not a competitor. What's he doing there? He could be waiting there on the sheets. And Craig, right, I get it. So, no, sheets aren't ready. Go on. Bye-bye. I don't know who the runner is. Fair play to him, stepping out on the stage like that. Kind of like waiting on a bus kind of thing. And then having to walk back again. Hey, it's live, folks. It's live. That's what it is. All right, so we are waiting on our next competitor, so we do hope that will be shortly. And who knows, we might get our runner back through the door again. Do you know what? I'm going to text the organizers here to find out who is the runner and can they give us a wave next time they come out. Yeah, because for those of you who did see the behind the scenes sort of footage, this place is kind of like a maze. There's like loads of little rooms everywhere, and Pipers have loads of places to go and warm up. But that means they also have loads of places to hide as well. So a runner is a pretty vital, important piece of the puzzle where they all have to run into the tuning rooms and go, "Hey, they're ready for you. Come now." So yeah, although he looked very cool and calm and collected there on stage, didn't he? It didn't seem too stressed. Yeah, there you go. All right. So next competitor, William. Yes, William MacArthur is due to be on stage shortly. So yeah, looking forward. Oh, is there a door? No? Okay. I got another comment in from Mikey. I think it would be awesome to do an international competition with the top in each grade at Blair Castle. Then the masters compete. Oh, at Glenfiddich, do you mean? That could be fun, couldn't it? Ooh, yeah, that's a good idea. That could be a lot of fun, Mikey. Yeah, Blair Castle. It is seen as kind of the mecca for solo piping, isn't it, whenever it comes to the Glenfiddich? Ah, here we go. Our next competitor. And that must be the runner. Yeah, he was showing him the door there. All right. Let's welcome William to the stage. Ah, what a set there from William. That was worth the wait there for sure. Yeah. Oh, amazing. Do you know something I can get a real appreciation for is the concentration it takes, going through all those variations and then bringing it back. And yeah, I have to say, the pipe that he was playing there, I don't know what his setup is, but that was a big sound. Actually, it was going really well. So yeah, well done to William there. Great stuff. All right, we're getting text messages are now flying in. Let me see. We got from Raylene. It said, I hope you all play an awesome tune, especially my granddaughter Maggie. Hey, there's a lot of love for Maggie going on. Yeah, must be a lot of Maggie supporters tuning in there. Here you go. We also got another one here. What grade is this? Grade 3. This gent is good. Pipe sounds solid. Clean work. Yeah, Mikey, I agree. Definitely did sound solid there. Great tone. Well played. Well controlled. Yeah, I told you we were going to be in for a great competition, didn't I? Yeah, this event is something special. But yes, this grade is actually the B grade Piobaireachd under 21. All right. Yeah, so just wanted to clarify that. New Zealand Young Piper of the Year, they are all youngsters. They're all aged under 21. So this is B grade Piobaireachd. Yeah, they are under 21. So that wasn't a bad run there. Yeah. So we're already 2 competitors in, and I don't know, but I think our judge has his work cut out for them, Good luck to our judge there already. Yikes. Okay. And there's Mikey. Wow. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, definitely impressive stuff. And we're nowhere near done, actually. There's a wealth of other competitors to head through that door. So we're looking forward to that. Now, I think from the camera angle here, we can't really see, but there is, if you look along the bottom of the camera line there is quite a huge crowd at this, Let me see if I make it larger. Yeah, you can just about see there's 2 microphones in the center of the stage. There's the telly to the left, and then we have a judge sitting there to the left. But yeah, sitting right in front of, all of this is a huge auditorium, and it's filled with people. And you might have heard there giving the round of applause after William finished his set. So this is quite a scary experience for our solo musicians. Not only are they playing in front of live stream cameras and being broadcast around the world, but also they're playing in front of quite a huge venue that's packed full of people. Yeah. Not an easy experience for a lot of these musicians who are quite young, as I mentioned, but also have some very complex tunes to play. Yeah. And that's what I mentioned there earlier about the concentration that's needed here. And the Piobaireachd competition is quite, it's stiff. I'm going to say that. It's not an easy one. Yeah. Well, our next competitor that we're waiting for now is Anthony Song, who's going to be heading up and treading the boards next. And I did text the organizers. Let me just check. I'm going to check my professional. I'm going to check my phone here. Did I get a response? No, not yet. Must be busy. I did ask who the runner is. The guy who was like looking for the sheets and stuff. Don't know who it is, but hopefully we will get the name and we'll give him a shout out here on the stream. There you go. Well, folks, if you are just tuning in, welcome. How you doing? This is the New Zealand Young Piper of the Year. It says it along the bottom, of course. And yes, we are watching the Piobaireachd competition. So this will roll all the way through until about 12:30-ish, I guess. And then they're going to take a bit of a lunch break, and then they'll be back about an hour later. And then they'll finish everything up about 2:30 in the evening or 2:30 in the morning, depending on where you're watching this, of course. For us here in the UK, it'll be 2:30 in the morning. And then we'll kick things off again with the light music competition. That'll be happening later. So that's, for us here in the UK, it's 6:15 a.m. We'll be kicking things off with the light music competition, and then we'll hang around until we eventually crown our champion, New Zealand Young Piper of the Year. All right, more comments. There's Kai. So who's your favorite 3A band? Ooh, that's a difficult one. I don't know if I have a favorite. I know I get accused of sitting on the fence sometimes, but do I have a favorite 3A band? I don't really. It's such a competitive grade, that in 3A, and not just here in the UK. Like, I'm talking globally as well. There's a lot of great 3A action from New Zealand specifically, and Australia for that matter too. You have a lot of great 3A bands. The United States, Canada, there's a lot of great 3A bands that can definitely thump a tune. So have I got a favorite? I don't know. We could be here all night debating that one. So there we go. And what a test on one's self-confidence. Great performance. Dirk, I have to agree. Yeah, being able to step out in front of that audience and these cameras, knowing that the world is watching, that's a lot of pressure, you know? So, yeah, best of luck to the competitors. It's not easy doing this. Right, another one. Let me see. I want to know what they put in the water in New Zealand. Yeah. Yeah, that was a stellar performance, wasn't it? I really enjoyed that. And we've more to come, Mikey, so stay tuned. Yeah. There's one saying, hi, Aiden. Hello, Kai. How you going? Right, we got one. Let's see. Mon the Methil District. Yeah, come on. They're a cracking good band, of course. Go on, the Methil. You. Good stuff. All right, we're giving shout outs to bands now. Yeah. But yes, of course, we do encourage your comments. Please do keep them coming. Let us know where you're tuning in as well. The Ticket Kai, you must be based in Scotland there if you're giving Methil a shout out. There we go. So, yeah, if you are tuning in from the UK, thank you all for joining us tonight. As I'm here right now, I can hear Storm Amy outside just going nuts. So wherever you are watching right now in the UK, please be safe. We're going through some quite inclement weather, all sorts of crazy warnings out there. So be mindful out there, folks. But yeah, no matter where you are, hope you're all keeping rightly. You heard it here first. All right, Kai. Thanks, man. Alistair Murray, what about you, Alistair? Thanks for tuning in, man. How you going? Yes. There you are. All right, I'm saying hello to mates on the show. Alexander. All right, Rob. What about you, Alexander? Thanks for tuning in, man. Thank you. Yeah, keep your comments coming. Always love to see whenever people are tuned in and enjoying the stream. And yeah, we mentioned it through the introduction that standards were going to be high. And yeah, I don't know. It's just going to be one of those contests where I want to wish the judge good luck. You know, like later on, whenever we get into the light music, we'll talk more about the judging element of the competition. Yeah, because we do have a specialist commentator who's going to be joining us for the light music stream. So if you want to join us on that one, then it's 6:15 a.m. here in the UK or 6:15 p.m. there in New Zealand. The light music live stream is going to be a fun one, actually, because we have a guest joining us, not just me waffling away. Max saying, Alexander Brown, hello, drummy mate. There you are. All right. Okay, people are all saying hello to each other. All right, what's going on? I don't know. Hey, who are the judges? Do we know? Yes, we do know. The judge here for the Piobaireachd competition is Craig Wilson. There you are. And a full listing of the judges actually is available on the New Zealand Young Piper of the Year socials. You can go and check out all the details. But for the competition you're watching right now on this live stream, it is Craig Wilson. There you are. So he's sitting there and yeah, I think I would not want to be him. Yeah. So far, that's 2 stellar performances. And I don't know. Yeah, good luck. Great performance by William MacArthur. Yes, I agree. William played an absolute thumper there. That was a great set. Well done to William. Well done. Let me see. Thank you, Rabbi Poo. No bother. No problem at all. That's why we're here. We're here to answer questions. But yes, I hope you are watching on our YouTube channel. If you aren't, the quality over there is way better. But if you aren't, yeah, I can only encourage you. There you go. Right. Let's get, let me see. I'm getting a look now. We have our next competitor. Yes, we have Anthony Song joining us. And I do believe that we'll be poking through that door pretty shortly, actually. Yeah. Anybody watching the live stream know who the runner is? I'm not getting any response from the organizing team. Obviously, they're busy. This guy. Yeah. Who is that? Oh, he's away. And I messed up my screen there. I don't know who that is, but yeah, we want to give him a shout on the stream. So shout out to the runners. They do an incredible job. Let me see. Got a comment. Much better quality. Yes, it is on YouTube, as we've mentioned. 100%. Here's our next competitor, Anthony Song. So let's enjoy this. I'm looking forward to this. Wow. Wow. Okay. How how do I summarize that? Whew, is how I'm going to summarize that. Wow. That was something else. Anthony Song. Wow. What a run. Jeepers. Okay. I don't get stuck for words often because I'm a radio guy. That's my kind of bread and butter, but that was something else. Whoa. Okay. Right. Snap yourself back into reality, Rab. Anthony Song there. Wow. Okay, let's go through some of the comments. Kenneth, this lad sounds fab. Looking forward to hearing his set. Yes, I do believe Anthony will be back again for the light music competition later on. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing him return now. Yeah, and he's very young as well, isn't he? But what a sound. Whew. All right. There's Mark. Agreed. Very nice pipe and solid performance, Mark. Absolutely. Yeah, that was fantastic. We have Dirk. Love it. Tuning before coming on stage and showing his skill and getting his harmonics right. Well done, young lad. I like his control overall. Easy and sweet. No rush. Well done. Yeah, he did seem very chilled out. Didn't he? He seemed like ultra relaxed. Now, I know if it was me and I was up there, I'd be shaking in my shoes. I'd be a puddle on the floor on that. He just like very calm. Just, all right, hi, how you doing? I'm Anthony. I'm going to play a tune, and just started and made it look effortless. Wow. Okay. Let's see. Why is this humbling? It is, isn't it? Yeah, I kind of agree with you. It is humbling in a way, isn't it? Like that, they're so young and playing at such a high level. I said it again in the introduction, but quality, and that's what we're getting here. Mark saying, haha, I was thinking the same, Rab. Yeah. My summary of Anthony's run was just wow. Yeah, like what can you say to that? I don't know. I'm not a Piobaireachd judge. I can't really get into the technicalities of it. I was listening to every variation and every grace note. But I think it was an overall musical package that was very enjoyable stuff. Loved that. Very, very nice young man. Well done, Kenneth. Yeah. So keep your comments coming in, folks. We are waiting on our next competitor now, who is Ralph Hunter. Yes, Ralph's about to tread the boards now. And yeah, how do you follow that? We've had 3 amazing competitors. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the next. This is something else. Do you know what? We've said it already, but good luck to the judge. This is not an easy task. Good luck, Craig. All right. So far, if you only are just tuning in, well, you have missed Ethan Carmichael, you've missed William MacArthur, and you've only just missed there Anthony Song, who really thumped out a tune there. Wow. All right. Mark says, I'm supposed to be working, but I got distracted by your feed, Rab. Oops. Apologies, Mark. Get back to work. Or no, hang out with us here and enjoy some blazing piping. Why not? Yeah. So get your comments. Still bring them in, folks. We always love to hear your running commentary as well as mine. But yeah, you might have seen there, Anthony's quite a young fella there, and playing at such a high standard. And we mentioned it earlier that the work that would go into this before they even get anywhere near this stage is incredible. But then stepping out in front of all these cameras, and in that auditorium, there's a massive big audience there that we can't see on camera. They're just below the camera line. But yeah, this is a big moment for all these youngsters. And it takes some nerve to do what they're doing. And yeah, shout out to Anthony. He just looks so chilled out. Fair play to him. New Zealand has a great future. Yes, Kenneth, that's kind of one of the reasons why we love this competition. We know that standard there is absolutely sky high, and we love highlighting this event every year because it does showcase some of the best young talent that New Zealand has to offer. And yeah, it's, I've been telling people this for years. We've been streaming this now for years. But there has yet to be a competition with a performance where we go, maybe that's not up to scratch. Because everyone that's on that stage every year has been incredible. Yeah, I don't think there's been any runs at all at previous events that have been, Yeah, a little bit shaky. There hasn't been any of that over the years. And as you just heard, 3 competitors in, our judge has a job on his hands, doesn't he? Absolutely. Oh, there we go. I was just about to get into another comment there, but we'll get back to that. But yeah, because here is our next competitor. Here is Ralph Hunter. Yeah. So let's get into this then, shall we? Again, just he's having a laugh at the judge. Like having a chuckle. Haha. So chilled out. Wow. Okay. All right, Ralph. Let's get a tune. There you are. What about that? That was Ralph Hunter there. Great run. Do you know what I'm noticing is the technique? There with Ralph is very, very clean playing. So yeah, really enjoying that. So fantastic. So well done, Ralph. Great run. Okay, let's go through some of the comments. Just before Ralph hit the stage, we got a comment here saying, humbling, Rab. I've been doing this for 3 decades, although I took a long break, but these young'uns are wildly good. Yes. I think that's a good summary of what we're witnessing here right now. Yeah. So humbling, exactly. That's my opinion. I agree too. Yeah. We have Kenneth. What age group are these kids? Is something very special. Yes, this is the B grade, under 21. Yeah. So yeah, that's under 21. So these are all youngsters, Kenneth. And that's what kind of stands out with this competition. It's the standard of music is like really up there, and they're all really young, and it's kind of staggering, isn't it? Let me see. The Viscount is a demanding tune. Nicely done. Okay, there you go. I don't know much about Piobaireachd and tune selection and stuff like that. I don't know the tunes that they're playing, but I can just get an appreciation for the musicality of it. I did notice Ralph had a very clean technique there. So just, yeah, very, very cool. So these kids are fabulous, says Kenneth. Yes, I agree. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we did get confirmation as to who the runner is. I have to give him a shout in a second or two. Couldn't agree more, Mark. Yeah. The Viscount is a demanding tune. Nicely done, is what Mark said. So yeah, couldn't agree more. All right. We did get confirmation as to who the runner is. I did scribble them down on my little notepad. Shout out to Ewan Robertson. Yo. All right. Our next competitor, wow, didn't hang around. This is last year's champion, actually. This is Sam Foote. He won the championship last year. And yeah, we're about to hear his Piobaireachd. So let's hear a little bit then. Sam Foote's Piobaireachd. Um, uh, okay. Uh, wow. Again. Um, yeah, that was last year's champion. That was Sam Foote there, and that was his favorite performance. And I am absolutely blown away. Pardon the pun, blowing bagpipes, obviously. Um, wow. Well done, Sam. That was incredible. Let's go through the comments. We have Mark. He says, "This is fun. I'm listening in the US, but from the UK originally. Was a lot with a lot of family in New Zealand. There you go. Thanks for tuning in, Mark. Appreciate it." Another comment. Those are some dialed in drones. Yeah, they are. What that was a great set of pipes he had there. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to hearing more about the actual setup. Yeah, Sam will be back for the light music, and we'll get into all of that. So for those piping nerds, you get to actually find out what he's playing there. Yeah, but he did take a bit of time and get things settled before he actually get into the performance, and was very cool and calm and collected. So yeah, but big sound. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah. Big sound, absolutely. Next comment. We have Kenneth said New Zealand pipers and bands getting better and better. This year's Worlds showed how good they are progressing. Yeah, Kenneth, I have to agree. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, fair comment. It goes on. See, we took a little time to get set, but magnificent. Yeah, that's just what I was talking about there. Like Sam came to the stage, was took a little bit of time and just settled. And like I'm sure he come out and was maybe feeling it. Like this is a nervy kind of thing. This, like there's a huge audience here. The cameras don't show it right enough, but yeah, there's a big audience in this auditorium. And not just that, but I'm sure they're all aware that this is being live streamed around the world. And there's quite a number of people watching and will be watching on replay. Yeah. So yeah, what a big performance there by Sam. That was fantastic. Well done. All right, we are waiting on our next competitor, who is Lucas Patterson. Yeah, so looking forward for a tune from Lucas. Yeah, but we did briefly mention it just in between the last competitor there. That our runner is Ewan Robertson. Yeah, we wanted to give him a shout because he did make a bit of a cameo earlier on in the live stream. So shout out to the runners. They kind of are the unsung heroes of events like this. Here in the UK, we would call them stewards. They keep the competition running. There's Ewan again. His job is to show the competitors to where they should be at a certain time. It's not an easy task. Yeah. All right. Our next competitor then is Lucas Patterson. So let's get a tune from Lucas then, shall we? go. Yeah, that was Lucas Patterson there. Fantastic stuff. Yeah, so we're getting a bunch of comments. Oh, there's our judge there. Yeah, there's Craig. Hello. You know, that's a person right there that I do not envy at all. I think they have one of the toughest jobs. It's like every year, we talk about the judges at the World Championships being a tough job. I think this is a tough job. So yeah, good luck to our judge there, Craig Wilson. Of course, he's taking care of the Piobaireachd competition today. Hello, if you are just tuning in, how you doing? This is the New Zealand Young Piper of the Year competition, the Piobaireachd competition at the start of the day. So yeah, you've missed quite a number of amazing performances already, but we have a wealth more to come. So right, let's get into some of the comments. Let me see. We got one from Kenneth here. Say, Rab, thanks for streaming this. You're very welcome, Kenneth. Enjoyable to listen to such talented young pipers. Most of these youngsters in the same band, they're very similar kilts. I don't believe so. I was looking at my show notes here. I believe Lucas actually plays with Canterbury, Canterbury Caledonian, and I think the tartan he's wearing there is the Patterson clan tartan. So I don't believe it's tied to any particular band, but yeah, his current band that he plays with is Canterbury. So yeah, we got another comment, Mark. So I was wondering that, Kenneth. I know the National Youth Band of New Zealand has all their kids wear their own kilts, so it's not that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. But that is the Patterson clan tartan that he was wearing there. Lucas was wearing. Yeah, maybe it's just Kenneth, and it's absolutely effortless. Yeah, that's one of the things that I'm taking from this. It's effortless, and I think that's what I'm getting here. These youngsters are walking out here and they're not letting it phase them at all. Whereas if I was to walk out, or any of us muggles for that matter, we would absolutely be a puddle on the floor, with nerves, because this is a huge occasion. I keep saying that. So right, there's more comments coming in. Indeed, wouldn't want to be him. Yes, I would not want to be the judge either. Yeah. Yeah, good luck, Craig. We're all giving you a shout out, mate. This is not an easy task for sure. New Zealand must have the highest proportion of pipers per capita outside of Scotland. There's an interesting question. I don't know. Outside of Scotland, I don't know. I could be biased here and start singing the praises of Northern Ireland, I guess. But I don't know. It's a good shout. It could well be. Especially over this last decade, 15 years, I guess, piping in New Zealand has definitely come on leaps and bounds. And as you can hear today, folks, with this competition, standard is just nuts. Isn't it though? Like when you consider these are all youngsters aged under 21, the standard of music here. And yeah, that last competitor there, Lucas, it just locked in. You know what I mean? Like he found tone and just stayed there. It didn't move. And wow, there you go. It's just incredible. So yeah, effortless, I think someone said earlier. Haha, oops, mustn't forget about both Irelands yet. There you go. Yeah. And there's our runner, Ewan Robertson. Hello, Ewan. He probably can't hear us here in the live stream, but give us a wave, Ewan. Hello. There you go. Yeah, shout out to the runners. Yeah, the runners again. Yeah, we call them stewards here in the UK, but yeah, the unsung heroes. And you see, he's walking with a cup of tea in his hand. A man after my own heart. Fair play to him. They are. Kenneth says, must be Ireland. Okay, must be. I don't know. That's arguable. Now we're going to start an argument now. But hi, we're into our next competitor. Our next competitor up is Emily Brook. So I'm looking forward to the next competitor. Here we go. Let's get a tune from Emily. There you go. Thank you, Emily. Yeah. Do you know what I would love to find out is what chanter she was playing there? It was such a sweet tone off that, wasn't it? So well tuned and yeah, just locked in from the beginning. Didn't have to spend much time finding the tone. If anything, whenever she arrived and first struck up, boom, just instant tone. It was brilliant. So I am curious as to what those pipes were and what that chanter was, because the chanter just sounded really, really good. Also, by the way, as we're commenting on sound, have we got any comments about the audio and the visual that we're managing to present in this year's live stream? We have tweaked a lot of things since the last live stream last year, and I would just love to know your thoughts on whether you thought the quality is better, worse, or about the same. So yeah, if you can give us some feedback on that, drop us in your comments. We'd absolutely love to have that. So yeah, we know how we're performing. Yes, so we are waiting on our next competitor. That was Emily Brook, who's just finished there. And yeah, the next competitor up is Nicholas Weston. Yeah, looking forward to seeing Nicholas. All right, let's get through some of the comments here. I'm blown away, definitely motivated by these young'uns. Bravo to each and every one of them. They're all, hold on, they all must have the same instructor because their tuning is all the same, systematic and consistent. I don't know if they have all the same tutor. I'm not, yeah, but I have seen a lot of them use the same steps. You know, whenever they come out on stage, they all sort of follow the same regime. That's an interesting one. That I don't believe they have all the same tutor, though. Yeah. Whoever that instructor is, hats off to them. Fair play. Yes, I have to agree. Some great tuition happening for sure. Some great music so far from Alison. Yes, I agree. It's been absolutely stellar. Yeah, this competition's been insane so far. Again, best of luck to our judge, Craig Wilson. Has his work cut out for him. Yeah. Confident run, lovely drones. Yes, Kenneth, that's what I was noticing. Just a really sweet, really nice tone from that pipe there. Just really well played and locked in. It was really good. All right, we're getting comments in now about the sound quality. Crystal clear for me. Brilliant, Mark. That's good. Good news. Oh, I think our judge is... Where's he going? Craig, where are you going, mate? Come back. Joe Wood says, sounds great. Good stuff. Audi is quality, mate. That's a brand of car, is it not? I think predictive text has done you there. Moving on, is it that the previous Piper, I could hear all sorts of harmonics coming through, so the sound must be good. Brilliant. Love that. That's great. Good stuff. Kenneth, it's excellent. Thank you, everyone. I do appreciate that. Thank you. So shout out to the backroom team who do make all of this possible, to the live streaming crew who are in the venue right now. And of course, all of us here at the Big Rab Show team, we've been working on this for a while now, piecing all of this together. So it's great to know that the sound quality and that is standing up here. That's good. All right, so we are waiting on our next competitor. It does seem that our judge Craig is taking a little bit of a comfort break, which is, yeah, fair enough, I guess. He's been sitting here since about, 8:45 a.m. this morning, so he's been sitting there for quite a while. So, yeah, I think everybody deserves a little break. Audio. Yes, there we go. Audio, that's what we're looking for. Yeah, I think predictive text done you there earlier on. Yeah, thank you. Awesome audio and commentary. Oh, Alison, thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. I am by no means an expert here, okay? I am not, a Pibroch aficionado. I can't really get into the weeds with Pibroch, but I do have a genuine appreciation for it. I do love listening to Pibroch music, and yeah, I don't know. Maybe my feedback won't be as detailed as an absolute expert in the Pibroch game. But I know a good tone when I hear it, and I recognize good technique as well. And I'm seeing this all across the performances here this morning, so it's been brilliant. Let me see. What's the level of drumming like in New Zealand? Asking as a piper. Do you know what? There's been some real blistering good drum corps coming from New Zealand this past, I don't know, again, this last decade, 15 years. I've noticed a significant upturn in piping and drumming in New Zealand. Now, that's not to say that there wasn't before that, but I'm just saying I've noticed it in recent years. Yeah, the competitions like this certainly do help to push the piping end of things. I don't know if there are solo drumming events in New Zealand. That's on me. I don't know. So if there are, please let me know. But yeah, drumming, there's definitely quite a number of good drum corps. If you've ever watched the New Zealand Nationals, the national championships there in New Zealand, come on, the standard of bands there is just insane. If anything, it's on my bucket list. I would absolutely love to get to the New Zealand Nationals and to check out the pipe band action. Yeah, because I get to see the solo action, which is just fantastic, and it's a highlight of my year. But yeah, the New Zealand Nationals, I would love to check out the band's action as well. So I hope that answers your question. Okay, here's our next competitor then. We have Nicholas Weston. Yeah, so looking forward to hearing this then. Okay, let's get a listen to this. Uh, okay. How many times is this going to happen now where a performance ends and I am absolutely speechless? I don't know what to say, man. Wow. Nicholas Weston. Wow. Fair play. There's been some performances today that have just blown my socks off, and that was one. Whoo. Okay, right. Let's get through some of the comments. Wow. I don't. Yeah. Okay. Let's move on. Kenneth, I'm going to catch up here. He said, "Have said for a long time, if we didn't have you, Rab, we wouldn't have this." Ah, of course you would, Kev. Kenneth, somebody else would have done it. You know, if it wasn't me. Moving on. See, I may be overstepping here, but I think you should do this for WSPBA Solo Championships. Yes, I think I did receive an email from you. Yes, man, we will follow up on that. Yeah, you never know. But yeah, that's a big compliment actually to the folks there in New Zealand who've been live streaming this event now for years. And again, ourselves and the Big Rab Show team have been involved in that and bringing coverage from such an amazing event. And folks, I'm hoping you're enjoying this as much as I am. Some of the performances are seriously ridiculously good. Like, wow. Anyway, let's go through the comments. Is it different to a normal solo comp to here in the UK, in New Zealand, where it would be MSR and or medley in the UK? Yes, this competition follows the similar sort of format as to the Glenfiddich. So you have a Pembroke element and you have a light music, which is your MSR. So yeah, light music will be later on, but we are kicking off the event here with the Pembroke event. So this is, yeah, the B grade under 21 Pembroke. There you are. Hope that answers that. Chanter work is fantastic. Yeah, I honestly think Nicholas had impeccable technique there. Yeah, just amazing stuff. Does anyone know the name of this tune? Unfortunately, I don't. No, I'm gonna have to try and find that. Yeah, I agree. It was an absolute clinker. Yeah. Kenneth said, nope, but it's amazing. Yep, I agree. Thank you. Let's see, Mark. I thought it was the McKay's banner, but maybe not. I don't know. Honestly, I'm not sure of the title of the tune there. There you go. Wow, Rab, how good is that? Control is PH. Yeah. Yeah. That was up there. It was something special, wasn't it? I have to agree. The technique was on point. Wow, how good is this? Phenomenal. Okay, yep. Kenneth's definitely a fan there of Nicholas. Good stuff. More comments. He must be a contender. You never know. And there's Kenneth agreeing. And that was amazing. Yeah, okay. So I think all of you are agreeing with me. That was something special there. Our next competitor that we're about to see is Maggie McConnochie. Yes, I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. If I'm not, please forgive me. I'm not doing that intentionally. But yeah, Maggie, I think we're back. We had a little blip of the internet there. I'm not sure what happens. I think we're back. Yeah. All right. But yes, I completely agree. That performance there from Nicholas was absolutely top class. And I just don't know. Yeah, I think there's been a lot of stellar performances, and we're nowhere near done, folks. We are about to break for lunch shortly. We have another couple of competitors. We have Maggie about to hit the stage, and then we have one more, and then we are about to break for lunch. Uh, there's our runner, Ewan Robertson. Yeah, go on, Ewan, you legend. And here comes Maggie. Okay, so I'm looking forward to this. A lot of people keen to see Maggie on stage today. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing this performance. So, let's welcome Maggie to the stage. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, Maggie, that was worth the wait there. Again, just the tone that we're getting here. That Maggie took a little bit of time just to settle, but I don't think it was settling tone. I think it was kind of settling herself to the environment and getting her, used to everything, the cameras, the microphones, the people, and then of course Craig sitting here at the table watching every move. So yeah, it's a nervy time this, but that was ultra controlled and yeah, tone, sound. Oh man, right. How you doing? Well, we are getting very close to our lunch break right now. I think we are waiting on one last competitor before we do take a break here for lunch. And our next competitor actually is Finlay Trewinnard. There you go. Now, if I've pronounced that surname incorrectly, I am not doing that intentionally. But yeah, we're looking forward to seeing Finlay tread the boards here. There you are. So yeah, we did get a little bit of a blip on the connection there. We are back again. Thank you, Kenneth. Yes, we did have a little bit of a whoops on the connection front. Not sure what entirely happened there. I had to pull a few cables, get things working again on my end. But I think in the venue, everything was good. So I don't think we had any huge interruption to service. A little bit of adjustment needed on the audio front. So we did fix that for you. So we should be back up and running again here fully. This is the joys, folks. Whenever you're doing a full live event like this, the gremlins creep in and things can go wrong with the tech and everything. So if stuff does go wrong with the tech and that, maybe if the image isn't great or the audio doesn't work, we are working behind the scenes to try and bring it back. That we're aware of the issues. So we are trying to fix these things on the fly. There we are. There's Kenneth, very impressive. Yeah, I have to agree, man. And this, it kind of goes for the entire competition so far. Like every run we've had here this morning at the New Zealand Young Piper of the Year has just been something special, hasn't it? And again, I'm gonna stress this throughout this competition, but these are all youngsters. These are all, kids who are aged under 21 and thumping out some huge tunes. Ooh, there you are. Yeah, Kenneth says, hope you are holding in the storm, Amy. Yeah, that Storm Amy is still going crazy out there. I can still hear all sorts of mad wind and rain and stuff. Yeah, we're getting some pretty inclement weather here in the UK. So yeah, Storm Amy is what they're calling it. And I was very thankful to be able to sit here in this chair and enjoy this competition with you guys because I was dreading it, thinking, oh, we're going to lose power, we're going to lose internet, we're going to lose everything, and then we won't be able to stream. So I'm very grateful to be able to sit here and enjoy this competition with you good folk. And as always, we would encourage you, no matter where you're listening or watching this right now, we would encourage you, if you can, please do go and check it out on our YouTube channel. The quality over there, way better. Yeah, we get, a lot better visuals and audio as well. And if you are watching on your phone or on a tablet or anything like that, or on your telly at home, if you do have an option to plug in some headphones, please do, because the quality of sound that we're getting with this year's New Zealand Young Piper of the Year, it's just brilliant. So shout out to the production crew. We had a little bit of a whoops there, but we fixed it very quickly. So yeah, it just shows you the professionalism that we're getting here. It's just amazing. And the sound is just fantastic. I think someone mentioned it earlier. We are getting the absolute harmonics as well. You can notice the change when they're up and adjusting drones. You can hear it. The little change, subtle differences. It's fantastic. Yeah. So, folks, as I say, we are waiting on our last competitor of the morning session before we break for lunch, and we will be back after a short break after this next competitor. So this is Finlay. It's going to step out, play a tune for us. He goes introducing himself to Craig, and yeah, let's get into this performance from Finlay Trewinnard. They are. Fantastic stuff, Finlay. That was fantastic. I really enjoyed that. That was brilliant. So, folks, that's us. We're going to be taking a little short break at this point. Now, we're going to break for lunch. That is the last competitor for this morning. As I say, we are going to be breaking. Yeah, taking a bit of a breather. But don't go anywhere. We will be back again, of course, with the second half of the Peeper competition, where we have, let me see, 4 more competitors to get through for the rest of the Peeper competition. Again, I do have to stress, good luck to our judge. I think who definitely has their work cut out for them. I'm sure you folks will agree with me. This is not going to be an easy task, you know? So good luck to Craig Wilson, who definitely has a job on his hands. Yeah. So say we will be back again in about an hour's time, I believe. So about 1 a.m. UK time, 1 p.m. New Zealand time. We will be back with even more Peeper action. You're very welcome, Kenneth. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I hope you don't go anywhere because we will be back again after the lunch break. Indeed. So, folks, I don't know how to summarize the first half of the Peeper competition. It's a difficult one, isn't it? Is there any front runners? I don't know. Honestly, I'm not a judge, so I can't really comment. Amazing job, Finlay. Yes, Angela, I agree. That was such a good run. Very strong. Again, I think every competitor here has had big tone, you know, like really rock solid sound. And that's coming across every competitor here. You know, there's not one person that's a little bit shaky, any blowing issues. There's none of that. Like impeccable technique, really great tone. Just the setup and the ease of all of this, you know, I don't know. It really makes you scratch your head and going, hold on a minute. These are kids. Do you know what I mean? Poor judge. Yes, I completely agree. Yeah, we do feel genuinely very sorry for that poor judge. She has a job and a half on their hands. But we're not done. This is what I'm saying. We're just going to take the lunchtime break right now. But we will be right back in about an hour's time. We have another 4 competitors to get through, and that'll be the end of the Peeper competition. Everyone, thank you all for tuning in. Please do not go anywhere. As I say, we've got tons more great piping action to be at. And yeah, we will be right back in about an hour's time. So don't go anywhere. Plenty more piping action to enjoy. But yeah, for now, we're going to go and get ourselves a wee bite to eat. We'll see you in a bit. Hello there, everyone. How you doing? It's myself, Rab from the Big Rab Show. My microphone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Yes, we've all had a spot of lunch and we're back again. Yeah. Welcome back to the New Zealand Young Piper of the Year competition. And this is the Brook competition. And we're about to get into 4 additional performances that didn't manage to hit the boards this morning. Yeah, thank you all for sticking with us. There's been a good number of you still hang around from this morning. So it's great to see. Thank you, everyone. Right, we've got lots of great music still to come. So for those of you that did tune in for the morning session, you were in for an absolute treat. This competition has just been absolutely stellar. You know, the standard that's on display here is absolutely world class. And but again, whenever you consider that a lot of the performers here are kids, and I keep saying that, I know, but it still boggles the mind, the standard that we're getting here. It's just incredible. Anyway, let's get into our first competitor that will be hitting the stage here shortly. We have Alice Glover. Yeah, so after the lunchtime break, this can be a difficult one, you know, being first back after lunch. Um, Not easy to do because by this stage, you've normally had a bite to eat. And normally, what you want to do is kind of just chill out for a bit and relax after, you know, a nice relaxing break. But no, Alice, unfortunately, does not have that luxury. Yeah, probably get a sandwich and then straight into tuning and getting ready to hit the stage. Now, we did get a lot of comments earlier on for the morning session, so please do keep your comments coming in, and we will bring them up here live on stream. So let me see. We got quite a few comments over the course of the break. A lot of people really seem to enjoy the coverage, so thank you, everyone, for your feedback. Do appreciate it. Does it get better? We will see. Yes, there you are. There's another one from Alexander. I'm surprised I'm still up for this. Yeah. Because right now here in the UK, it is 1:30 in the morning. It's 1:30 a.m. Although it's 1:30 p.m. there in New Zealand right now. So there we go. So whenever I'm saying good morning, it is good morning. It's Saturday morning here with us here in the UK. Yeah, Saturday evening, afternoon over there. So the time travel thing. It's weird. It does a thing to my brain. Anyway, so yes, get your comments in. We always love to see where people are tuning in from around the world. We have a good number of people internationally who were watching earlier on. And yeah, some of the performance that we were treated to, I don't know, that I've asked some questions and stuff around the setup and some of the pipes that we've seen being played. I think one of the ones we've seen was a set of RG Hardy Heritage bagpipes. I think there's been a few Bryce bagpipes as well. It was on display being played. So yeah, just a good selection of pipes. But we'll get into that, of course, with the light music live stream later on. So, oh, we're getting a camera angle at the door. So that means that hopefully our competitor is ready. So Alice Glover getting ready to tread the boards. Is Alice ready? Yes, there we are. There's Alice. Okay, excellent. Let's get back into it. Now that we've all got a bite to eat and hopefully a wee mug of tea, let's get some more music. So here's Alice. Let's get some tunes. There you are. Fantastic. Well done, Alice. You know, that was such a beautiful tune, that. And there's one thing I really wish I knew the tune titles, but that one phrase, dee dum da da, beautiful stuff. And then all the different variations after that, so well handled. And I know we're talking about setup and that as well. Like a lot of these pipes that the folks are playing seem to be rock solid. You know what I mean? That there's no issues here with maintenance at all. So yeah, absolutely brilliant. That was such a good run. Well done. All right. We got a couple of comments. Alison's go Alice. Yes, indeed. Go Alice. That was a great run. Let me see. All right. This is one of those town names I'm not going to be able to pronounce. So apologies if I pronounce this incorrectly. Waitakere in Auckland. Okay. There you are. So that's where you tuned in from, Alison. Thank you for tuning in. Apologies if I did pronounce that incorrectly. There you go. That was not done intentionally. All right. It's just something I seem to do quite often. I pronounce names and place names incorrectly all the time. There you go. All right. Our next competitor then, after Alice, we have Hamish Bilton. Yes, Hamish. So say we are flying through our competitors. If anything, I'm really enjoying this competition. Seems like no time since we've clicked that button, go live, and the time has just flown by. So if you haven't seen any of our earlier competitors, my advice is after the afternoon session is done, please do go back and have a watch at them. Some of those performances, in fact, all of them, what am I saying some for? All of them were absolutely knocked out of the park. And yeah, Alice, another cracking great run there. Yeah. So just to remind you, our judge here today is Craig Wilson. And yeah, he has a job and a half. And we've been sending our sympathies earlier on in the live stream. I don't think he has a very easy task trying to pick a winner in all of this. It's, yeah, kind of crazy. Although he would be just the man for the job. He gets but know a lot about, Piobaireachd music and getting into the weeds and everything. Listening to every grace note, every throw, all of that. Everything's being paid close attention to. So, yeah, from a technical standpoint, but have way more knowledge than an idiot like me from Northern Ireland. There you go. Grand. So get your comments in, folks. We always do love to hear from you. Of course, if there's anyone in particular that you're looking forward to seeing here this afternoon, then please do drop us in a comment. Let us know where you're tuning in from. If there's anyone you're cheering on at home, then please do let us know. Of course, if you are watching this again on the replay, because I'm very aware that it's now 1:42 a.m. in the UK, so a lot of us here in the Northern Hemisphere will be watching this at a later time. So do drop us a comment anyway. We always love to hear from you. All right, with Melina, well done, Alice. Ask your father about the time when I bet him playing this tune in the under-21s. When you bet him? All right, when you bet him what? Was there money involved? Was there a wager here? Or was that when you beat him? All right, okay, I don't know. Did you beat him? Did you defeat him in competition, Melina? I'm going to read that again. Well done, Alice. Ask your father about the time when I... Was it bet? Oh, right. When you beat him. All right. Okay. Apologies. When you beat him playing this tune in the under-21 competition. There you are. Shout out, Melina. Good stuff. If you know the tune title, let us know. That's such a very beautiful medley, that one. I haven't heard that before. So curious to know what tune that is. But yeah, definitely a very beautiful run there by Alice. So we're looking forward to Hamish. We got a quick shot of the door there. I wonder if Hamish is going to join us now. Yes, he is. So there we go. So welcome to the stage, Hamish Bilton. Yeah. Wow. Well done, Hamish. What a run. Again, I think my comments on this was just the technique. Do you know what I mean? It was just flawless. But yeah, fantastic. Such good, yeah, transitions and everything from one to the next. Anyway, I'm getting myself tongue tied here. But and then one of those chanters again. I'm not sure what make or model of chanter that is, but really a sweet tone off that. And really well set up. Just a brilliant run. Well done to Hamish Bilton there. Just a great, great run. Good stuff. All right. We have a couple more. Then before we do wrap things up for the pre-book competition, we come and have we have coming up next. We have Dylan Jones. Yeah, that's who we're looking forward to next. Let me see. Comments. Yeah, we did get that tune title actually that Alice was playing earlier. Sir James MacDonald of the Isles Lament. There you go. Lovely tune that, so it was. Yeah, and even that one there that Hamish was playing too. It was another cracker. Good stuff. We have Phoebe, the McRae family listening in from Piobaireachd. Right. Another one of those, yeah, town names that I'm going to absolutely pronounce incorrectly. Patois. Forgive me. There we go. I tried it. I failed. There we go. And that is one of the things that I just frequently get wrong on the show is place names and names in general. I'm just terrible. So that wasn't done intentionally. I did not mean to offend, but there you go. Shout out to Phoebe. Thank you for tuning in. So yeah, if you are managing to stay up and watch all of this amazing Piobaireachd action here in the UK, then please do drop us a message. Let me know it's not just me burning the midnight oil. But yeah, I'm sure you'll agree. The standard on display here is just fantastic. So yeah, great run from Alice. We had Hamish, and then coming up next, as I say, we have Dylan Jones as our next competitor. Yeah. So right, get your comments in. We're nearly finished, actually. So this is our penultimate, I think, isn't that? Yeah, I think that's the word. Yeah, the one before last. Yeah. We have two more competitors left to go. So looking forward to hearing what Dylan brings to the stage. Yeah. All right. So I am going to disappear for a little second as we wait for Dylan to head through that door, and I'll be right back in a wee moment. And I'm back. Yeah. All right. See, our runner is on stage, actually. Are we ready for Dylan now? I can certainly hear them tuning up in the hallway. Do you know what I would love, actually? Is one of our soloists to play a Piobaireachd, but that amazing looking organ behind them to accompany them. Wouldn't that be awesome? Has anyone else been thinking that, or is it just me? Imagine that, like we had an organist sitting there accompanying some of these beautiful pieces of Piobaireachd. It would just be brilliant, wouldn't it? I don't know. Yeah. Maybe it is because it's like the wee hours of the morning, but that's what I was sitting thinking through those last couple of sets there. Wouldn't this be brilliant to have accompaniment from an organ? Just be really good. All right, enough of me waffling. Right, let's get a performance from Dylan. I'm looking forward to this. Right, let's get a tune. Here is Dylan Jones. There you go. What a well-controlled run that was. Very challenging tune that, especially that last variation there. There's a lot in that. But again, playing was as steady as a rock there, just really, really well controlled. And yeah, again, technique, just fantastic. So well done, Dylan. What a great run there. Yeah, fantastic. All right, we're about to wrap up here with the Peeper competition with our final competitor here. We have Sheamus Eade joining us. Yeah. So, folks, again, if you missed any of our previous competitors, please do go back and have a watch at them. There's been a wealth of great music all across this competition. So, I don't know. There's a lot to enjoy here. There's been some real big moments that have just left me floored. The standard that's on offer here. I know I've been saying it all the way throughout. It's just been absolutely stellar. And I'm very excited for the light music stream later on. So, yeah, if Pbrook isn't your thing, I get it. I get it. All right. I know a lot of drummers who would be tuning in and go, I don't like Pbrook. But yeah, there's been a lot to enjoy here. And yeah, maybe the light music will be more your thing. So later on, the live stream starts about 6:15. And yeah, we'll be getting into all things MSR from there. Yeah, and then after that, of course, once we go through all of the competitors and we get through the light music competition, then we'll be crowning our eventual champion and find out who is the New Zealand Young Piper of the Year. All right. Woohoo, Sheamus. Go on, Sheamus. Yes, indeed. They save you the same surname, so you must be relatives. Is that right? Yeah, go, Sheamus. Go on, you boy. Yep. There you go. Good stuff. I'm glad to see some support coming in for our competitors. That's great to see. Yeah, so Sheamus will be wrapping things up for the Pbrook competition. So, yeah, it's a difficult spot, this, wrapping things up, being the final competitor of the day, And I was talking about this earlier, but draw orders and everything. How it's difficult to be the first one out. I think it's also equally difficult to be the last one out as well. So, yeah, difficult that. So good luck, Sheamus. Yeah. Little brother. Oh, little brother. Ah, brilliant. There we go. Go on, Sheamus. There we go. But yes, if you are watching on our YouTube channel, thank you. The quality over there is way better. So that would be my recommendation. If you aren't over there yet, please do. Yay, Sheamus. Good luck. Love from Mum. Oh, your mum's tuned in, Sheamus. Mate, the whole family's tuning in to watch this. No pressure. No pressure at all. Oh, here he comes. All right, I'm going to get out of the way, and let's get our final Pbrook of today. Here's some Sheamus Eade. Oh my word. Wow. Okay. We are not playing around, are we? Jeepers, what a way to finish. Wow. Well done, Sheamus. What a set. Holy smokes. All right. I think that pretty much sums up the entire competition right there. The standard here at the New Zealand Young Piper of the Year competition, Peterborough competition, has just been outstanding. I have to say, a full credit to all of the competitors. There we go. Intermission. So, yeah, we are now in a bit of a break before we get to the light music competition. As I say, that will be kicking off at around 6:15, I think is the live stream for the light music. So, yeah, the banner at the bottom. There we go. So, yes, I hope that you can follow us again. If you aren't already following us where you're watching this right now, then please do click on that subscribe button or the follow or the thumbs up or like or all that kind of stuff. And then go and check out the link and everything for the light music live stream, which will be available up there. You can go and have a look at it. And yes, we will see you in a few hours' time. I'm going to put the head down and get some sleep, actually, because it's now almost 2:30 in the morning here in the UK. There you go. So, yeah, again, the Peterborough competition did not disappoint. In my introduction, I did tell everyone that the standard was going to be high, and these folks did not disappoint. Oh, my word. So full credit to all of their tutors and, of course, the competitors themselves who put in tireless hours of work making this a reality. It's just fantastic. So before I go, just want to give another little shameless plug. If you do want to help support the event, of course, you can scan that QR code on the screen right now. And yeah, drop in a couple of dollars, a couple of bucks, whatever you can afford to help this event for future, I guess. You know, future events, yeah, every donation is gladly received. Many thanks. All right, folks, that's it. I am out the door. Thank you all so much for joining us in the Peterborough competition. And yes, we will catch up with you at the light music live stream in a few hours' time. And then, of course, whenever the light music competition finishes, stick around because, yeah, we will be crowning our New Zealand Young Piper of the Year champion. So hang around for that. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. And I will see you all in the light music competition. Until then, all the best. Take care.